Hey, Declan.
Unbelievable.
Okay, you can hear me all right?
I can, yeah, yeah.
So, tell me you're awake.
Ooh, that's a question on a few different levels, isn't it? Yeah,
Mm,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
provocative. Yeah.
It's funny, Vince. No, I'm awake. It's 7 a.m. here, is it? No, it's 5 to. Um, in the UK, I set my alarm early. I don't think I've got on this time meeting before, but um, I had what I'd call a horrible day yesterday. So I just thought I'll do what I can to, well,
Mm.
I'll take advantage of Vince and his kindness and doing these meetings. So yeah. But whether I'm awake or not in that, yeah, it's funny because I woke up an hour ago and just thought, oh God, I feel okay now. And this kind of whole eye and that, and I did a little morning meditation, and I think it's what's his name, Sam. Forget the app, but you'll know which one I mean. The app is Waking Up. Yeah, Sam Harris. Yeah, it's just a 10-minute meditation, but uh, he said something like, "Just look for the thinker." Just observe a thought and look for the thinker, and that. I just
But
thought,
you've
oh
never found
yeah.
one, have you?
I think I used to, and I think I kind of can't. It's almost like, oh yeah, it's in there, it's in there, it's in there, it's somewhere there, somewhere there. But then
But
this,
isn't that a logical conclusion that you come to?
I
Is it?
don't
Is
know,
there
Vince,
a? Yeah.
honestly, Vince, I
So,
don't know. It's kind of like
all
a
right.
feeling as well.
Okay. So
Um,
let's hammer it for a moment. Let's look. I mean,
okay,
this is critical. Once you've seen through this, it's a
yeah,
non-issue from there on, right?
yeah,
If you've either got thoughts about something going on in there, and they're just thoughts. They're obviously just phantoms in the air kind of thing, the thoughts, right? Or you've got a sensation. Now, at what point can you say that a sensation contains a label or information that says, I am yourself, or I am anything? No sensation has any information in it, does it? A sensation is just sensation. So no
yeah.
sensation can claim to be yourself, and no thoughts. Well, thoughts might claim it, but they're obviously about stories.
Yeah,
So there's no possible way that you can put any credibility on the idea that it feels like there's a thought in there that says this is where I reside. It seems like thoughts come from there, but maybe they come out of your ass. You don't know.
mm,
Where do thoughts come from? We just imagine they're in our head. If you belong to some indigenous tribe in the Amazon, you would be saying that thoughts come out of your heart. But
mm,
our culture, it comes out of our head because we've got all these sayings that we've been conditioned with, like use your head, boy, use your head,
mm,
think about it. So we're told that thoughts are in the head, and they feel like they're in the head for that reason.
yeah,
Now here's something that I've been buzzing on since I did a session with somebody this morning, and and it came home to me, boy, this is it. This is a great portal, this one. Now, so let's say you put your hand on a hot plate. What happens, right? Instantly you rip it off, but it's already too late because you've burnt it. And you say you've got a burning sensation in your hand, right? So that's pain. That's directly your nerves responding to too much heat. You get that? That's a physical thing. That's a direct experience. And then you say, fuck, Declan, you're an idiot for doing that, right? And now that's a story. But guess what? You respond to that story by feeling shit, right? So you've got two things. Both of them generate a feeling, right? You've got the first one, the feeling we'll call pain when you put your fingers on the hot plate. And then you got the second one, that guilt or shame most likely, that you're so stupid that you put your fingers on the hot plate, right? And both of them contribute to you feeling really bad. But you've got two sources of feeling bad there. One is the direct experience of the heat, and the second one is responding to the story that triggered something in you, some belief that was already there that you are stupid. Right? So see how you've got the direct experience of the hot plate, and then you've got the direct experience of responding to the story with shame or whatever the emotion is that you when you call yourself stupid for doing it. So you see there's a distinct two separate sources of a direct experience. And the first one is physical, and the second one is responding to a story. They both end up with direct experience, right? You directly experience the pain of the shame for believing the story. Right? Now, if we just circle back a little bit, the first one, where you burnt your fingers, that's inescapable and unavoidable, right? You did it and it hurts. No way out of that. You can't go backwards. But the second one, if you had some kind of control in your life, you could say, well, I don't have to believe the second one. It was an accident. Where's this bullshit about me being stupid for doing it? It just happened. So consequently, there's no need for the second one. What the Buddhists say is it's a first and second arrow. And the first arrow is unavoidable. That's the pain. The second arrow is avoidable, and that's the suffering. Right? So the second pain, although it's a direct experience for believing the story, it is what we would describe as suffering. It's like it's a optional, not mandatory, like the first one. So can you see that there's two direct experiences? This is where it gets complicated because both of those circumstances result in you feeling shit. Right? But there's a difference in the way you feel shit. The first one is physical pain. The second one is emotional pain. And it's because you responded, not because the story was there, but because you responded to it. Right? So a story comes up and says, you're an idiot, Declan, for doing that. And you go, oh, fuck off. It's just a story that's turned up in my head. It's like it's an old habit maybe, or who knows where it comes from, but it's not necessarily believable. It's just a story.
But I don't know if this is important or not, but just so I'm clear, but you're saying the story is there, but it
doesn't have to be responded to.
It doesn't have to be responded to. Okay, yeah. So the story is there as a thought, let's say, like you're an idiot, yeah. But then you can kind of go, yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
Isn't
It's just a story.
everyone?
Yeah,
Or you can kind of go,
yeah.
yeah, fucking
Now
hell.
you can
Yeah.
see somebody who's never been down this road. They think that what they're experiencing is all because they burnt themselves. Right.
Mm,
So they've got physical pain and they've got emotional pain, and they put the whole lot on the fact that they burnt their fingers. They don't understand that half of what they're experiencing as uncomfortable, whatever, is the result of a story. They don't get
mm,
that the story is a story. They think it's actual
mm,
because they believe what the story tells them, that
mm,
they really are stupid for doing it. Because then another story turns up that says, well, you could have avoided that if you only,
mm,
if only you were more careful.
mm,
You know, if you appreciated that it was hot and you went a little bit slower and you weren't rushing, and we could come up with all these different things that says it didn't have to happen. But because it did happen, you're stupid or something. You get the we're
mhm,
off into storyland big time. And
yeah.
half the stories we're not even aware of. Because they're secondary. They're under the radar stories.
Mm,
Right. So the idea is, for you to believe the story that you're stupid, you have to believe that you could have avoided it.
mm,
Now, so this takes me to a really, really important one. For you to be there, sitting exactly how you are, with earbuds in your ears and your chin on your palm of your hand, and all the rest of it, everything that's ever happened in existence since the beginning of time had to happen exactly the way it did for you to be able to do that. Do you
mm.
get that one? If we don't go back so far, all right,
Yeah.
let's say,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah, yeah. I do. I do. It just confuses me because I just think, well, yeah, but that's marching backwards from this point of time. And then obviously, yeah, for everything for me to be sitting here
yeah,
like that. Everything,
yeah.
yeah,
So
of course
if
it
if
has to. Yeah,
if
yeah,
any,
yeah.
any
I
conditions were
think,
different, this would be
yeah,
different, wouldn't it?
yeah, yeah. I think so. Yeah, yeah.
So it's like the same thing comes from burning your hand, but
Uh-huh.
circumstances weren't different. You could say, if circumstances were different, if one of the circumstances, let's say the circumstances of how much care I took, how
Yeah,
aware I was of the
yeah,
possibility of burning myself,
yeah.
if that circumstance was different, then I might not have burnt myself. But that's a whole story,
Mm,
because the reality
mm,
was you did burn yourself.
mm.
So it was unavoidable. It happened. Finished.
Yeah,
Done.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
So there's in no
yeah,
way is there can you call yourself an idiot?
yeah,
What happened happened and it's done.
yeah, yeah. Yeah.
You have to entertain other stories to say that, to give some credibility to the story that it could have not
Yeah.
happened.
It's like there was no chooser that chose to disregard safety instructions or to
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
it just happened. It
Yep.
just happened.
All of the circumstances that led to that were present and lined up, so it had to be.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
But we don't want to say that the story is something that shouldn't have occurred. What we want to do is to recognize that the story can be there, and it's likely to be there from habit, but we do not have to engage with it. We're not compelled to believe the story. Right? So if the story turns up that says you're a fucking idiot, Declan, for burning yourself, you go, okay, that's the story that turned up. I guess I would have believed that story once upon a time. That's why it come back now. but it's irrelevant. It's not part of the deal. Part of the only thing that's relevant was that I should be putting my fingers under cold water because I burnt them.
Mm.
So we've got two things there. We've got the fact that we've got the first arrow, the pain of burning yourself. The second arrow, which is a story about how it could have been different. Right? And then when you don't get involved in that, it leaves you open to responding to the first one, which is put your hand under cold water and get some of the heat out of it.
I guess that really makes sense, Vince, what you're saying now. But I guess I think where my confusion is, part of it, my confusion is a lot of confusion, is that thing about how I react to the story, whether like the story's just automatically there. You're an idiot. Let's call it that one.
Yeah.
So yeah,
That'll
you're
do
an
for an
idiot.
example.
Yeah. So there's the story. You're an idiot. And I guess part of me is thinking, okay, so I don't engage with that story, but like that story can seem, hey Marius, that story can seem quite pervasive, and it kind of goes into battle, if you like.
Right. Okay. Now
But
there's
your
two
ally,
levels there. The
yeah,
first
that's
level
just,
is it's obvious that although it seems pervasive, although it's seductive, it's just a story. So the seductiveness of it, the pervasiveness of it, will change over time when you don't engage with it. Because every time you have engaged with it, guess what? You've strengthened it. So what if you can't not engage with it? What if you find that you've engaged with it before you realise that it was an apparent choice to not engage with it? So you're too late. You've already engaged with it, and then you realise that you've already engaged with it. What would be the appropriate thing to do then?
I really haven't a clue, Vince. I think that's where I'm stuck. I think that's where
Well, how about I offer you an alternative? What you would do then was you would just crack up laughing at the fact that you got sucked into it. And you would be celebrating the fact that you realised that you got sucked into it.
Declan.
Hey, Marius.
Hi.
Hey.
Try this perspective. So Vince is now not talking to Declan. Vince is talking to conditioning. And what can happen is that because Vince is talking to conditioning, pointing this out, he installs new conditioning so that if a story comes up with this new conditioning Vince has installed, this might pop up as a reminder that, oh, I'm in the story. And that will happen more and more often because it's already installed once, and then it will come up again, and then again, and then again. And slowly that becomes a habit. And so the conditioning catches itself repeatedly that, oh, this is a story. And then there is eventually just no interest in the stories anymore because they're seen as stories so many times. So you don't have to do anything. You can't do anything.
Thank you. I think I really appreciate that what both of you just said first, but I'm batting back just to kind of like, this is where my head is as well. But you said something on a message to me the other day, Marius, about you know, what you resist persists. So it feels like literally not knowing what to do. Like if I just say, oh, this is just a story, ha ha ha. Isn't that resisting it? That I think what I've been trying to do as well is just almost like just feel it in my body, whatever. To try and, how can I put it? To try and not ignore the thought, but just let the thought, you're an idiot. Okay, just let that run, let it run. But to feel the sensation of you're an idiot, to kind of feel that, no, whatever. But I think what you're suggesting is also to just take a step back from the whole thing and just, what's the story? It's just a story. Yeah.
It's not a doing, it's a happening. So it's a reminder in the form of a thought that says, oh yeah, this is just a story. That just happens. There's nobody who brings that thought, goes into the thought bank and pulls that out, and it just pops up because we have spoken about this. So it kind of, it's like when you just realize that, oh, I've been in a thought loop now. It's like a reminder like that, because by discussing this, we're changing your conditioning. And the resistance part is, it's nothing to do with the stories, it's to do with the feeling. So engaging with stories is kind of a resisting the feeling. If the story can be there, that you don't have any control over that, but trying to solve the feeling by thinking more, that is resisting.
Instead of just feeling the feeling.
Yeah. And it's not a doing the feeling. It's just not engaging with thought. Like it's and it's not doing, not engaging with thought either. It can either happen or it won't. You can either get this notification that you're trapped in a loop again, or you won't. You have no control over that.
The story creation part of you gets fired up when you wake up in the morning, and it doesn't shut down until, well, even in your sleep when you're dreaming, it's still going, I guess. But you get what I'm saying, that every thought you have is a story creation. Now the thing is, let's say you get out of bed in the morning, and the story of I'm going to put my socks on turns up, and you put your socks on. Did the thought I'm going to put my socks on cause that to happen? And if it did, what about those days when you get up and put your socks on and you never had the thought, I'll put my socks on, and they still got put on? So you can almost say that every single thought that you have is a story that doesn't cause anything to happen. It just comes along because it's used to hitching a ride with the happenings. Our problems with stories come when we believe that they are the cause of things that happen. But they are the cause of some things that happen. And that is when you feel shit because you believed them. But they don't actually cause any activity. They don't actually cause any happening that's like putting your socks on or walking out of the room or going to work or talking to people. They just follow all of that stuff. But this mind we've got is just absolutely brilliant at creating stories. It does it so quick that it can't even be measured in time how fast it can come up with a whole story.
But that is, if that is not clear to you, Declan, doesn't matter if Vince tells you that, right? We don't want you to, well, it won't be effective if you're just being told how that is, if that's not believed or
Yeah, don't adopt it as another
directly
story. Yeah.
experience. Yeah. So look. Like right now, I just noticed that I'm wiggling my toes. I had no like no intention of doing that. It's just happening.
Yeah, I've got my knees going. One goes up and down and the other one goes up and down, and my teeth come together and it's like it's playing a tune.
So look there to see if there's anybody causing that or choosing that movement. Is that what you meant, Marion? So when you said look,
Yeah, it was just a silly example, but like investigate your just look back at, your day. Look at all the different choices that has been made and investigate what happened around those choices. And don't just do it one time. It's not going to convince you doing it one time or two times. Do it 100 times.
Yes. But
So,
I just wanted to clarify, but you're talking about the investigation of looking and see where this mythical chooser is, like that one, that.
I would go as far as to say, and Marius might disagree with me here, but let's see. I would go as far as to say, you know what you're going to find if you go looking, because you've already looked 1,000 times. Like how many times are you going to open the fridge looking for that watermelon that's not there? You just once you've seen it, it's not there, and you know it's not there. There's no point in looking again. Right? But what we're trying to do is not stop the stories from happening. We just want to recognize that they turn up and they have no credibility. And of course, after you know there's no self there, you're still going to get triggered into identification from time to time. And so even when you know that the stories aren't coming out of some mythical self in your head, they'll still happen. But when you know that, it's like, just like, you don't have to, you're not compelled to follow them. It's just habit, it's changing habit, that's all. It's no different to when you gave up smoking. Oh God, I hope it's not going to be as painful as that, but you know what I mean.
So I might disagree with Vince. Vince seems to assume that you have looked 100 times. And I'm not sure that is true.
Mm.
You know, a big trap coming to these meetings is people pointing out the final answer of a math question. And you haven't done the math yourself. You just got the answer, and it felt like it made sense. So you kind of adopted it intellectually because everybody's saying it. But you need to do the math yourself, or else it's not going to do anything with the conditioning. Is my perspective on that.
Yeah, I think I've tried to do a little bit of the maths, but I haven't. You know, just maybe one a day or something.
Yeah. And I also believe that just intellectually grasping that there is no self also isn't enough. The self needs to be seen for what it is. It needs to, you kind of need to understand what aspects is the self. What is the self made of? How does it function? How does it keep being rebuilt? How does it, even though it's seen, it also needs to collapse, in my perspective. So you need to get intimate with that. Like I've been going on a bit with about interpretation, for example. Look at this interpretation, how it's working. It's kind of, it's this narrative of something that happens, which is wrapped around a center that is me. The story is told around a me. So every day, every happening through the day, it's something that's happening to or for Declan. And if you don't see that clearly, if you're not really aware of that is what is happening, it's still upholding this self.
So is there one, Declan? Is there a belief in a self there?
Yes. I think it's yeah, it's the word belief. I think you'd have to split my head open and look. I think it's almost like a presumption with me that it's just like a given, and that it's when I stop and question whether it's trying to do a little of what I call it Marius's exercise of like looking for the chooser, or maybe doing a bit of meditation or talking like this, that something shifts and I can kind of like, oh, okay, right, yeah, okay. But what that means in terms of my beliefs, honestly, I couldn't. I literally haven't got the words. I'm not that articulate to be able to explain it to you. And it's not me being evasive. I don't think it's me being evasive anyway. It's just I'm genuinely confused and I genuinely don't know. It's like I think, and a big part of me at the moment is like a big fat angry child who's had his toys taken away. He's basically saying, actually, do you know what? I don't give a flying fuck. I just want to stop this suffering because I'm tired of feeling like this. And a kind of grown up part of me is like, kind of just listen. Just listen.
So, yeah, be a good child and learn. When you said it's kind of a presumption, that really jumped out at me. What is a presumption?
A set of given beliefs that you don't question. Yeah.
You just said it. So the
there's water in the bottle. I'm going to drink some. Well, presuming it's liquid. I'm not even thinking that it's a solid or a liquid or a gas. It's a liquid. It'll go down my throat.
It isn't a presumption something you arrive at mentally?
I not consciously anyway. That's what I mean, not consciously.
Isn't it an unquestioned belief?
So, yeah.
So that's kind of what I'm saying, that you need to do the math. And I love where you are now because you're being honest. You're not really just, yes, there is no self.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people fool themselves and say they have seen through self, when actually they have just adopted a belief. So just start to look honestly. You can't rush this, and there is no rush.
But be clear what you're looking for. You're looking for an actual self. You're looking for an inherently independent, controlling entity. See, I have this idea that makes sense to me, and that is that all of the stories I've collected about Vince over a lifetime, that it's my response to them that gives me a sense of self. Right? But it's a creation of an illusion. And that's fine. I'm not mistaking a sense of self for an actual self. And a sense of self is perfectly reasonable, even convenient even. But I don't believe it controls the show.
But it can give the story or the stories more weight if you're not clear on what Vince just said. That there is proof of a self because there is a sense of self. That is also something that might be good to investigate. What is that sense? Nobody can give anyone any answers. The only thing that we can do is hold up mirrors for each other and show you where to look.
Can I offer some insights? Hi, Declan. I don't think we've met before, but
No.
I absolutely hear
Okay.
and I've been in this sort of angry, petulant child state very recently, and what is starting to be really helpful for me is realizing that nothing's going to, I wanted something to stop or I wanted something to happen. And the word I would use is like a shift, like I'm waiting for the shift. I'm waiting for like these feelings to stop or this awakening to happen. And then I went into a space of real sort of sadness, a real slump where I was like, where I realized I don't think anything is. This is it. I was explaining to Vince last time I was here that initially it was like, oh my God, this is it. This is all there is in life. And then suddenly I went to like, oh my God, this is it. Like, where's the big song and dance? Where's the thing I was waiting for? And I still struggle with the same things. But what I'm finding really useful now is kind of realizing rather than a big shift or, you know, a big story that we are sold as a culture is that we can sort of, things can be fixed, that we can sort of do something or take something or something will happen and we can fix it. The medical world kind of sells us that. And what I'm realizing now is it's just about, or where I'm at, and Vince and Marius may have sort of different thoughts around this, but what I'm finding really useful is just allowing. And so for me, a really big pinch point is first thing in the morning, I wake up with real anxiety. I wake up with what I will tell myself a story that I wake up terrified, and I kind of sense where it comes from. and I know it's a pattern, it's a loop, and I just want it to stop because it's really horrible. Again, I tell myself, and what I'm finding useful now is just sort of, rather than trying to get to a point where it stops or I can fix it, just being like, it's allowed to be here. And I was watching, I live near the sea, and I've been watching the waves a lot recently. And it's a fascinating analogy I'm finding, because I don't look at the waves and think, oh, right, that one's allowed, that one stop. It's just like they all just come and they go, and some of them are bigger and some of them hit you in the face and some of them gently go past you, but they're all just coming and going. And I trust that they will just keep doing that. And I'm kind of noticing that the patterns of energy and the beliefs linked to that are no different to those waves. But I wonder if the frustration, the irritation, the struggle comes from wanting to stop some of the waves and wanting to allow some of them. So yeah, that word, that phrase I'm finding really useful is just when something comes up at the moment, being like, you're allowed. And then that helps me to just sort of relax the pattern of energy, which kind of undoes the thing, because I'm not trying to block it out or trying to keep hold of it anymore.
I'm almost cracking up here because you think you say you're allowed, but how ridiculous would it be to say you're not allowed?
Mm.
Not possible, is it?
Mm. But in our
Yes.
we often do that, don't we? And yeah.
Yeah. I think that is, yeah, I think that's what, I just Kat, I really appreciate that. I always start crying on these calls the last few weeks. I'm probably just going to start crying. It's just a thing I do.
You're allowed,
But
Declan.
thanks. But just hearing you describing the mornings, like, kind of reflects back and just, yeah, God. And it sounds like it shouldn't be. Do you know what I mean? Like, because I know that's not how it is. That's not how it's been every morning throughout my life. So why have I got this terror or anxiety or suffering, whatever it is, like this morning? So, but like you were saying, Kat, it's just it's there for whatever reason, and it it's something of a reality check to kind of say this, whatever I describe this as, non-duality or awakening or whatever, that's not, it's not a cure. It's not a cure. Like you said, this is it. Whatever the feelings are, this is it. And they have to be allowed.
Do you get that by the time you become aware of them, they're already done?
I mean, I get that, means that sounds like words to me, because the feeling's still there. You know, like you say, what's already done, what the feeling is already done.
Anything that you become aware of.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, okay.
So how crazy is it to want something to be different that's already finished?
Yeah.
Now, I don't want them to be just words. That's a way into acceptance, what Kat was talking about, a way into allowing. But you're allowing what you can't not allow, but still there's that feeling of surrendering to it willingly. So allowing isn't about allowing it or not allowing it. Allowing it is about your response to that.
Yeah, because it's the layers that we place on top of it that I find cause the struggle. So actually, Marius's example of his toes wriggling was actually really useful, because I noticed, Marius, as soon as you said that, I noticed that I was doing a little sort of like thing like this with my fingers. Now, and when I noticed that, I was like, oh, I'm doing the same as Marius, and just kept doing it. But when it comes to my anxiety, I wake up in the morning with a really clenched jaw. I have to like almost crowbar my mouth open when I wake up, like, and I guess in a way that's no different. It's like, it could be just like, oh, I'm doing that thing with my jaw, but the story I tell myself is, oh God, I'm stressed. When I'm stressed, I clench my jaw. There's something happening today, and then the terror starts up. Whereas, and don't get me wrong as well, when I tell you this, it's really easy to sit here and be like, can I do this? And if you think this, I still really fucking struggle with it. It's tough, but when I'm in this space, like those mirrors being held up, I'm like, oh, that pattern of energy is no different to the finger twiddling. And if I can just be like, oh, I'm doing the jaw thing, right, get on with my day, it starts to unravel. But also, I think a lot of my, not petulance, but my kind of frustration and resignation comes from the fact that, as Vince said, I'm gonna have to keep doing this God knows how many times, maybe for the rest of my life. But I'm willing to do that in the service of unraveling these stories. But it's tough, because I think I hoped, after I sort of initially was guided by Vince, which was only a few months ago, I hoped that there'd be a big like, and light shining down from the heavens, and I'd be like, oh my God, nothing bothers me anymore. And I'm not, literally nothing's changed. Still exactly the same, but it's slowly starting to kind of unpick. And the analogy that I used last time I was here is, it's like if every story we're told is like sewing a little part together of a really intricate outfit, and we've got this huge, long, I don't know, gown or something. That is all of the stories, and some of them are more intricate and fiddly than others. It's going to take a long time to unpick that, but each time it's like, oh, I've just taken a stitch out. But I think I hoped I'd do one and the whole thing would unravel. And I think there's something really powerful about being in the space of, this isn't what I hoped for, and that's okay. And the unraveling comes when we again sort of allow, yeah, it's still happening. The thing, I'm still struggling with the things, but that's okay. Letting go of the expectation that something's going to happen and then it all changes.
Actually, I think you've really helped me clarify something else, Kat. I might be wrong there, but I suspect subconsciously what I'm doing as well is that when I feel crap, is that I'm thinking, oh, I'm doing something wrong in relation to this, instead of kind of doing the math and unpicking a story, which isn't, that's not how it is. Yeah. So it's like, I think I've got into a mindset of like, there's a right way to do this and a wrong way to do this, and I need to find the right way. Whereas, like you said, Marius said, I kind of have to find the answer myself, but it's good having some mirrors held up to point and to guide.
So one place, this, this is just what came up here. One place that might be common to everybody that's so-called awake would be that they're okay with whatever turns up. So if you had nothing else but that in mind to aim for, that would be pretty positive, I think. But I mean, they're only words when I say it. But how do you move from resisting what turns up because you don't like it to allowing it to be there? And maybe in the beginning, still not liking it, but allowing it to be there. And then afterwards, we don't only not like it, but we appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's that word of being okay with, isn't it? It's like, what does that mean? Does that mean I hate it, but I'm allowing it, or is it kind of like that? So, but it's really fascinating that, Vince, because yeah,
but it is a feeling we're talking about, isn't it? That feeling of
I guess.
Yeah. Well, you don't guess. Do you guess? Do you only guess, or do you actually get what I'm talking about?
You've got your pedant necklace on today, Vince, haven't you? I guess it's just me saying I think so. Yeah, I don't know. I understand intellectually, and I think intellectually I understand what you're talking about. Yes.
So have you ever had a feeling that something is so totally acceptable that you'd say this is okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So what does that feel like in your body? Where do you feel that? What does it feel like? I'm not asking you to answer that because I want you to just get into the feeling. Where is it? Where do you feel it? What does it feel like?
Forgotten. It's been so long.
Oh, life sucks for you if it's been that long since you.
It kind of feels like that, Vince. I feel like the last couple of months since the end of the nicotine, if you like, that there's been so little joy. But maybe I'm just feeling sorry for myself. Yeah, I can't remember, but it feels like a lightness. It feels like yeah. So it's like an excitement, tingling around the chest and the stomach and yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of a welcoming feeling, isn't it?
An
openness.
Yeah.
Do you feel that openness the same time as you feel intensity? Is that possible?
Not quite sure I understand, Marius.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of poking at what both of you guys are saying now because it doesn't really make sense to me. I guess I'm playing the devil's advocate today.
So I love this.
You do that well.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
For me, it's the experience of allowing it. I guess it's different. You know, maybe it's just the way of describing it, but it's like if this body feels intense sensations, it doesn't feel like open expansiveness as well. It feels intense, but that's okay because why that's okay here is because I've seen the emptiness of thoughts and meaning and stories and all of that. So they just don't, if they either they don't turn up, or they might turn up, but they they come and go. Because I know that, trying to figure this sensation out, trying to fix it, trying to understand it, trying to this and that, engage with thought because of this intensity, it's just another layer on top of what is actually happening. So the system is no longer interested in this. It just allows this to happen as it is, to be as intense as it is. It's just a full acceptance that there's nothing to do about it. It's here. It's happening.
That's better. I like acceptance a lot better than allowing. Allowing seems to involve a choice, whereas acceptance is something that's, well, for me, it's inevitable.
This, you said something, somebody said something earlier, that they had this hope that awakening would kind of be the cure. And I think all of us, or most of us, had that fantasy at some point. But what actually happens is that you burn all the bridges you've used to use to escape or distract. So what you're left with is just facing whatever is there always. You don't have any more bridges. Whatever is there is there. There's no belief in a thought fixing this. And that acceptance is not something you can do. It's something that happens when the system is ready to accept through many experiences of seeing that thoughts and stories and fixes is futile, is empty. You see the mental overlay for what it is, clearly for what it is. And when, over time, things can just move, they can just come and go freely. So don't stick around because you're not resisting, you're not trying to make it into something else, or figuring it out, or understanding where it came from, or all of this extra stuff.
You're not providing anything for it to stick to.
Yeah.
So one thing that popped up here was that the idea of acceptance might be better described as a recognition of the inevitability of what is. But we don't know what is. We only have our interpretation. So not even any point in getting into what is. It just is. And it's inevitable. There's zero choice. Even if you had control and choice, you couldn't choose to do anything about this because it's done. It is. There it is. And what you think it is just your interpretation.
The only thing that can make it seem like something can be different from what it is
Mm.
just in thought.
And thought's no different to a Mickey Mouse cartoon.
Yeah, that's why I was going to ask, what is a thought? Just another occurrence?
Hmm. It's pink elephants or unicorns.
I like to look at it as sort of an augmentation onto reality, which we create based on our conditioning. So it's just smoke. It's not nothing real about thoughts.
Which makes it even crazier when we respond or react to a thought and end up feeling uncomfortable or unpleasant. How crazy is that? But thoughts definitely, they don't even have as much substantiality as smoke does.
Mm.
Yet we've learned to treat them as substantial and factual and concrete, and we react to them and give them credibility and seriousness and all of that stuff.
Yeah, we're essentially brainwashed, aren't we, from the day we're born, certainly when we enter the education system.
Oh, well, it started before that, but yeah, that gets intensified, doesn't it?
The
Yeah.
big brainwashing. Yeah.
And it's not just the education system. That's when we immerse ourselves in peer groups, and all of the other kids start conditioning us with their parents' conditioning.
So if all thoughts are empty, basically, what does that really mean? You know, all meaning is empty, all hope is empty, all dreams is empty, all roles is empty, all images, projections is empty. It's all made up, it's all fantasy. There's nothing wrong with it. It creates this wonderful dream. It's wonderful when you can see it for what it actually is. But when you start to take that as, truth, and you have a bad set of conditioning, it feels like a prison. But the prison is made of emptiness. Even let's just look at one concept, like the concept of awakening. my concept of awakening is going to be different from your concept of awakening. It's just colored by the fantasy you have put on that concept, which is made up of all the impressions around that concept that you've gathered, as well as, just pure fantasy about wishful thinking that you wanted awakening to be.
I don't want this to be a downer, but my concept of awakening has as much substantiality as we just talked about thoughts having. So awakening is just a concept.
Hmm.
And ironically, I guess, well, there it is again, I guess. Ironically, that's the awakening, that there is no awakening.
Hmm.
Which you don't get until you're awake. So how's that for a paradox?
And I think I've said this before. I've got a strong deja vu now, but maybe I am being deliberately provocative. I'm not sure, but I can't
You're
help
allowed.
but then think. So what are we doing here then?
Ooh, we're just enjoying ourselves. You might call it entertainment, if you like.
Well, there is a potential trap here, I think. So now we're running the risk of there is a lot of there is peace in ending seeking, right? But what can happen is that if we believe that that is it, then, the seeking can stop and it feels great. But there's still stuff upholding the self. There's still stuff believing that all of this is personal. So for me, it's not quite correct what we just said. Awakening isn't only the end of seeking. That's the start of the journey, so to speak, and the end. But what I've seen happen and why I point this out is that that can be kind of a trap, that we stop seeking because we believe that awakening is only about stop scratching that itch.
So what you're talking about, I could imagine, maybe I'll check it out, is that a version of bypassing, saying,
Yep.
I must be awake because I've stopped seeking.
Yes.
Right. When the reality, a better way to describe it, well, a better way, but to describe it would be to say seeking seems to drop when stream entry has occurred, when we're on the path. See, we're no longer grasping for stuff. We're rather enjoying what arrives.
Yes. And it also depends on the definition of seeking, right? Because there is this curiosity and investigation happening after, you know,
Yeah,
the initial seeking.
yeah. But there's no obsessive grasping
Yeah.
in it. Yeah. So I wanted to ask you, Kat, and this is a good segue into that. Would you say that you have now got, and this is really rough, of course, would you say that you've got the tools to to apply to whatever turns up for you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's another characteristic of this, that I would say. Once we have learned to trust ourselves, to trust our what we become aware of, or trust where words don't work really, but there's a trust involved, there's a recognition involved that shit still turns up, but I don't. I know what I know what to do with it, is a rough way to put it, but something along those lines. Eh?
Yeah, I would say that I am confident that whatever shows up, I have the tools to see it for what it is. I can't always do that, and things still sort of
Yeah,
suck me in, but I don't believe there's anything that I don't now see as a
yeah,
story.
yeah, yeah. It's like any tool you get when you first get it. It's great because you can use it, but use it for 20 years and you're going to use it a lot better.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think for me, kind of coming back to that question that Declan posed of why are we here, that devil's advocate question, for me it's to come back to the analogy of being in an ocean. At the moment, the ocean keeps hooking me in and I keep identifying with the waves, and coming here is like a sort of life raft, just to be like, okay, right, oh no, okay, oh no, I can see them for what they are now. And then I go back into my week, and it feels really important in this, going through this process, to have a space to recenter oneself. Because again, coming back to that sort of that belief again, that once we wake up we've arrived, that could be a very powerful trap of the ego, to be like, sweet, so you don't need to do anything, and then you just go straight back to how things were.
Absolutely, yeah. I get reminded of things here, which is great. It just brings it to the front, and yeah.
Yeah, so to ask you and Marius that question, because I know that you're both much more experienced with using these tools, again, to use that analogy, that metaphor. Do you how do you asked me, do you feel able to kind of use these tools with anything that shows up? And I said, yeah, but stuff still hooks me in, and it can take a while, or it might be at the end of the day that I look back and I'm like, oh, okay, actually, you know what was going on there, and I can see it. But how do you both experience that? Are you much more proficient with those tools? Do you need to use them at all? Do you use them without thinking?
Well, for hair is, I guess the conditioning is, you know, become so sufficient at recognizing something, contraction happening, and from there recognizing the reaction of that very quickly, and recognizing that the story that might come up is just let go. So it's just become more efficient. It just and this thing about interpretation also seems to have died down a lot. So I don't need to have a context of everything that happens all the time. It's more like a response to a happening, a response to a moment, rather than a continuous story about what is going on.
I'm a bit reluctant to answer that question. It's I don't know. I don't know. I don't.
And it may very well be me grasping at wanting to find an answer. I want you two to tell me, what do you do so I can do it? I'm noticing that's coming up now as well.
Well, your version is not going to be like anybody else's, and mine's certainly not like anybody else's either. I don't know, but I don't know what anybody else's is really. So how do I know that? But yeah, this sounds crazy, but I don't feel like stuff comes up to be dealt with. There's nothing, if it just feels it's just ordinary everyday stuff all the time. Nothing seems to be resisted nor accepted. It's just I'm too busy to do any of that stuff. Some old part of me jumps up and says, I don't want to appear pretentious, but it's just a non-issue. I don't know. I don't work on anything. I don't need to get the tools out anymore because there's nothing to do with them if I do get them out. But it's not, look, don't believe a word I say. You can't take anything. It doesn't mean anything to you. It's totally meaningless. Like, it's like me trying to get inside your body and experience what you're feeling. Just not possible. Can't do it.
And I guess the challenge with this space, or sort of with any space like this, is it feels like what we keep coming up against is trying to put words to something that is ineffable. It just is. But when we identify with if we're to play this game, then we kind of need to try and do that, I suppose.
Yeah. But Morris has helped me see that an inbuilt trap with all of this stuff is when I say something that if people hear my words and stop there, then it's a trap. So what I've got to be better at saying, where are the words pointing? What action are they pointing to, or what is the feeling behind that? It's too easy just to use, even as difficult as it is, it's too easy just to use words to say something. I don't know if you've noticed it, but I love it when Maris is here and I can just not talk. It's great.
And I can recognize this happening for me sometimes, and probably happens more for Vince, who has been at this for much longer than I have, is that when we're trying to convey something that is, just going to be filtered through our conditioning, what can happen is that things feels more and more distant. And so when we convey something, a lot of the math disappears, and we're kind of pointing to the end point. So I think sometimes maybe I can play the devil's advocate, so to speak, because this is more fresh for me.
Absolutely, yeah.
So yeah, I think it can be a trap if we're kind of serving up the
Yeah,
the
the
end
end
point
result.
without.
Yeah. Now, I have to work really hard to remember the suffering that I experienced, and I did recently do that, and it came. The memory came in the form of the obsession that I had and the frustration that was driving that obsession. But it's a really distant memory for me now. I could say I can only remember that it was there. I can't remember what it actually felt like. Yet I remember that it had me suicidal at times. With the intensity of it. But it feels like it wasn't me. Some cartoon character that I remember. So yes, you'll be a better guide than me because it's fresher for you. You'll be able to identify with people who are going through stuff that I have trouble with these days. I can have compassion for it, but I can't actually, I don't know the pain that Declan feels.
I have to go, my friends, but really lovely to see you all.
Marius, can I ask what you were saying about intensity?
Do you have a question?
Yeah, I guess we were speaking about fantasies about awakening. So right now I'm sitting here with my eyes closed. There's pain boring into one of my eyes. I'm seeing an eye doctor soon. And I'm realizing 3 levels of huge intensity. There's the pain itself, which feels like someone's driving a nail through my eyeball. Then there's the fear and terror, which grip the body of like, oh my God, what does this mean? And then there's another layer of shame, blame, crazy chicken mind. What are you doing? You did this wrong. This is all your fault. You should take a Tylenol. You shouldn't. That'll affect the visit. Just every well-educated thing I've ever read since I'm 10 years old, like pops into my mind in succession of how to fix it, how to whatever. And when you were talking before about not fixing it, like we can't fix anything. So it kind of goes into a relaxation of like, maybe just letting it all be there, of like this actually feeling the intensity, the pain without contracting which is the fear trying to like maybe save it from itself or stop it from happening by like tensing up, kind of like trying to stop a car crash by like tensing up your body or trying to go faster. But then there's also the, how does that all relate also to the fantasy of awakening? In other words, if I had this shift in understanding or no longer took this personally, or just like sometimes in the moment, like at these talks, I'm able to like, my body will relax and I'm able to just experience all of it. And there's relaxation of the tension. And I think I'm wondering if for me, like the tension is the suffering and that's the identification or whatever. And like when you're, when you realize this or whatever it is, there's a relaxation around anything, even intense pain. But then you were saying that sometimes there's stuff that you can't get rid of. Would that be equivalent to, let's say, fear or tension or panic or whatever you want to call it, a contraction in the body that I can't relax? And that isn't relaxing with these talks or with any idea. And that for me is the one thing that still disturbs me, I think, because I can handle intense amounts of pain. I have been all my life. And if I'm in a kind of good mood and zen and the rest of the body is relaxed, I can even be like, oh, isn't this fascinating? What is the nature of the quality of this pain? You know, I can be totally fine with it. But it's this when I'm in like, oh my God, panic mode of the brain fog and tension in the body, that it feels like I'm completely failing at life and awakening and like, when will this end kind of thing. So I guess, does that kind of end? And that relates also to the fantasy of like blissfulness after this. In other words, if there's that relaxation, even around intense pain, I would be able to call that, okay, we're living in bliss. That is awakening. But if it still goes, even the terror and the tension and contraction in the body afterwards, then really there is no difference in the experience at all. And then what did you mean by intensity can still remain? And I guess what is there to hope for? I don't know if any of that made sense, but
maybe I'll try. So, you know, interpreting or giving any sensation, any meaning, or anything, any word on what is going on is extra stuff, and it can either keep that from just being processed, from being and going. It can kind of, by putting your attention and trying to give it meaning or trying to figure it out or wishing it wasn't there or any of those things, it just kind of holds that energy in place for longer than it needs to. So, when you've eventually come to a point to really grok that all thoughts about what is going on is useless, then things are able to move on in its own time, so to speak. It's there until it's not. So intensity can still be in the body, but it's not happening to anyone, so to speak. It's just an experience of intensity. It's not an experience of pain. It's not an experience of fear. It has no meaning. It's just intense. Does that make any sense? And does that answer what you're asking?
so you're saying if you don't label it as X or Y, as tension or fear or whatever, it just is experienced as whatever it is, and you don't differentiate between a body contraction that you would call fear or terror or self-shame or blame and an eye pain. You wouldn't like separate
Well, I, I do. There seems to be a separation of physical bodily pain and emotional energetic intensity. There is at least here is a felt difference, but more than that, not not really. Um,
So there is a differentiation, but that didn't leave. In other words, you can still experience fear, terror,
yeah,
shame, blame, and the body will contract.
yeah, but I don't interpret it as fear, shame, blame, unless I look at it and create something out of it. Unless I'm kind of sitting here and discussing what I'm trying to convey what I'm experiencing for me in my like not personal, but my direct experience without talking about it to anyone. I don't have an internal analysis of this is shame, this is fear, this is blame. It's just an experience of intensity, of different intensities, of course.
So then what would be the difference between an emotion and a body sensation if you're not labeling it?
That's an interesting question. I guess it's some kind of familiarity of where emotions usually seems to be located, and pain. Like I usually don't have emotions in my toe, but I can have a pain in my toe. So that seems to play a part in it. But that's again, now I'm kind of trying to think of that and explain this to you, which isn't really accurate either, because I don't really think about it. It's just there. And it's not
I guess I'm
really in my
asking.
toe either.
Mm-hmm.
Do
I
you
guess
see
I'm.
that all of these you would need a sort of thought activity for to kind of place and 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 yeah, to place the difference between pain and emotional pain and physical pain, and you would need thoughts to kind of um,
Define
put
and categorize.
location on it. Basically, yes. And there's not much of that going on because it's just accepted that it's happening.
So you don't go into a thing of like, I guess for me, a huge question throughout my life has been, I've had a lot of physical symptoms and then I go to the doctor and they said, oh, it's nothing. So it was insinuated it's emotional. So then I start to blame myself and also wonder if things are physical or emotional. And then it's just a whole mess. It's just caught up in a loop the whole time. Is this really eye pain or am I just angry? And like all these stories about like, there's no such thing as, like Louise Hay and you can heal your life and all this kind of stuff. I'm like, is it just anger? And if I just try hard enough, I can, poof it all away and my experience will be zen bliss and whatever, because it really is all just whatever. So I'm just wondering. And then there are those people that speak about awakening as unending bliss and relaxation, but you guys don't believe in that?
I don't.
No. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't either. But I can kind of you know here again it depends what you kind of what is bliss. What meaning do you put on bliss? It's I was just having a conversation with Vince yesterday about, I mean, it's mostly just a stable contentment here, which means a lot of the highs the good stuff as well as the bad stuff, so to speak, has been sacrificed. I seem to not be able to experience that at the same level as I did before anymore.
That makes a lot of sense. I mean, if you're not going into thought, that takes us on the highs and lows, I think. Like
Yeah.
the energy gets riled up, so to speak, or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. When I say I don't believe that's a good description, I'm saying that I don't believe what I imagine you believe is good, and what I imagine you believe when you say a permanent state of bliss is a bit like I don't know how you feel when you're eating ice cream or something, but and it's not like that, you know.
A lot
So
of
it's
people, I think, assign this bliss for like a kind of an ecstasy almost.
yes, yeah, that's obviously not the case. Yeah,
No.
Mm-hmm.
lots of moments of it, but never. You know, there's no such nothing's permanent. Mm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there are people that talk about it like unending bliss, and then there's the other image that I have, which is just imperturbability. Like I'm tranquil no matter what. Nothing.
Well, that's not the. I would never describe myself like that. I'm rarely tranquil.
Yeah, so again here, I feel like it's what does that mean? Because for here, it's not I'm not anything. There is no I'm. Like there is um in the intensity that can happens. It's not happening to anyone. It's just an experience. It's just an experience. It's not about someone experiencing that.
And an experience also. Are we talking about what it feels like from inside, or what it appears like from outside? So what I'm saying, both of those things have a reality or a place or a whatever, you know. So you might look at me at some point and say, "Oh, you look fairly tranquil," yet what's going on inside is really very, very busy, and doesn't feel at all tranquil. Just the outside appears that way.
Yeah,
So
no,
you know,
talking
yeah,
about the inner, yeah.
it's too simplistic. That's a good way to put it. The idea of bliss is just way too simplistic. The idea of anything is too simplistic because the reality is more complex and can be described.
Yeah, although I mean, a stable contentment, despite still feeling intensity, but you're saying the intensity hasn't disappeared for you. In other words, there's still intensity, but you're still stably content throughout what arises because you no longer feel it means anything about you, says anything about you. There's no danger, kind of thing.
Yeah. Well,
Well,
it's an acceptance. It's like I would uh, it's like being wishing that there wasn't rain outside. It's like it doesn't make any sense. It's there. It's not happening to anyone. Well, I can make a story that oh man, I have to cancel my plans. I was planning to go to the beach today, and all of that is like that is the story about me that I can put on what is actually happening, but that is not there.
Yeah, I guess I'm still torn between my childhood fantasy, like I can fix this life. I'm gonna be beautiful, my life will be perfect, I'm gonna have no pain, you know, all the things. And giving so much energy, like my thoughts will start and then adrenaline dumps like crazy, and I'm like, okay, do this, do that, fix it, like intense amounts of energy. And it happens around me or anyone else around me who is either suffering, or I feel I want to make the, you know, I have a child nephew and he's just beautiful, and I'm like, they're putting conditioning into him, and I start to cry hysterically of like, they're ruining this perfect life, and like I can save it if I just feed him well and have his nap times, and only bring him to the forest, and we just have the peace of being like, this intense need to like live up to the potential of everything, whether it's myself or others, and no suffering and peace on earth, like all this kind of fantasies, and on the verge of also giving it up. I mean, it's like this death throes of like, I'm just getting older and I don't have as much capacity for adrenaline as I used to, like, you know, those intense amounts. I used to live on like high on my own speed, I think. It's like, and it's like half dying out and half I'm like, no, don't give up, you can still like make something work or perfect or save. And then there's like this kind of relaxing into yeah, this is all inevitable. It just feels more like a maturity or something, whatever you're talking about, but of like, yeah, like there's no point in fighting life, it is what it is. But then it's like, I guess I don't know how to live it, I guess, because I have moments, especially when I come on talks like this or whatever, and the whole thing relaxes and it all just whatever. And then, but I have waves and waves and waves. It just hits me constantly. The fear, the terror, the shame, the blame, the you can fix it, the oh no, don't just let this alone, or whatever it is, the waves of panic, fear, tension, contraction. It's like unrelenting. I'm like, I can't live in this non-dual peace state. It just I can be there for a few seconds and sometimes a few hours, and then it's just the slams of the conditioning or the patterns of the minds and body. It's wild. Like, I don't know, could I ever get out of it, and will that be a process of unraveling, or will I just like at one time get it and be like, oh yeah, there's no point in like getting aggravated at the rain, just like be content like Marius and Vince, you know what I mean?
Yeah, when I listen to your talk, Tammy, you go at 1,000 miles an hour and you cover a huge area.
I'm
Yeah,
slowing down for you guys. My mind is crazy, you guys. You have no idea. This is like a touch of it.
yeah, yeah. All I can say is enjoy what you've got, enjoy who you are and what it is for you. That's it. You know, once you do enjoy it, it will change, but you know, no, don't try to change it. Just enjoy it, and things will do what they do.
And yeah.
You know, I got the impression that you have a lot of shoulds and shouldn'ts um, programmed there. So people should be this way, they shouldn't be that way. I should experience this, I shouldn't experience that. Um, People should not program other people. Like there is in the shoulds and shouldn'ts, there is an inbuilt belief in control. If you believe that you can do something about those things. So I think looking at control and looking at where the shoulds and shouldn'ts come from um, could be a good place to spend some time.
Yeah, I mean, the whole belief is that we're placed here on earth to like, you know, uplift, perfect ourselves and others. You know what I mean? And so that's a huge part of the operating system. But I mean, and you guys will believe it too, because here you are trying to make life better for us. So
But that's not the context I have when I show up here.
Mhm.
I have to be honest, my context is not I'm going to show up to these meetings and make people's lives better. I just show up because it seemed to be something I enjoy to do.
Mhm.
So now you kind of projected your
Mhm.
fantasize meaning onto what is happening here. And that's kind of what I'm pointing to with the emptiness of all stories and meaning and concepts and all of that. It's just you are making all of that up. And if you're making all of that up, you can also see it for what it is. You can kind of see that none of that is true. So it doesn't have to be a prison anymore. It doesn't have to control your reality or your perception of reality.
Tammy, when you first started to speak, one of the things that one of the what you said blew me away. I thought, wow, that's really, really good, really, really amazing awareness of what's going on. And you described 3 levels of things going on for you. And you did a really good job of describing them. And now I'm hearing that you don't know what that means. What your description of that you had the physical, you had the emotional, uh, you had the stories, and I forget exactly what it was the way you said it, but it was really well done. And and I wondered when you said you recognized the stories and the consequence of the stories, whether you felt shame and guilt, etc., that how come you still feel shame and guilt when you recognize they're just stories? I missed the connection between those two things. It was like you said, I recognize their stories, but I still believe them. Now, a story inherently is not believable, isn't it? Is it?
Unless it's a true story.
Well, even if it's a true story, it's about something. It's not the something itself. It's only about something. It's an overlay, isn't it? It has no reality, no substantiality in itself. It is only ever about something else.
And the story can never be true.
But that's also a story. In other words, what if some stories are true? Like if so many people believe in like goodness or stuff like that, or why we're here, I don't know.
Well,
You
it's
think,
just a
well,
shared belief in a story.
mhm.
And it's obvious that most people in society believe there's a self that's got control, and that's an obvious lie. So just because a lot of people believe it doesn't give it validity. It's like shouting something to make it true.
Mhm. Well, what you said, Vince, is very, very accurate, and I feel that about me. I feel like I have very extreme amounts of awareness, but that still doesn't get me out of it. In other words, I'm still stuck. In other words, you're like, because I don't know if I called it a story. I said there's the physical pain, and then there's the fear around it, and then there's stories. Well, maybe I did say stories of shame and blame, but I still believe all of it, I guess. So I guess the question is, can I get out of it just by like talking to you guys and maybe thinking about it? Or do I need to actually do all this exploration and read exercises and stuff about how to explore this, or I don't know, ask you guys how to explore and actually have this shift of seeing that there is no person in order to have permanent contentment? Or is there another way around it of just like realizing the futility of everything? I don't know if
Yeah.
that makes
Okay. Yeah. I get it. Yeah. So first thing, a bit of advice is drop this idea of perpetual contentment. Right? It may or may not happen. It's not something you can control. So just drop it for a start. Right. Then the next thing I would suggest is that if you investigate what you clearly recognize as a story, you will see the reality behind it, and you will see that it has no substance. All you have to do is look at it. Don't think about it. Look at elements of it, and you will recognize that it has no substance. It is just made up fantasy. But yeah, okay. So another thing you said was that there are some stories that are true. And Maria said, no stories are true. Well, I would say go with no stories are true until you can prove they are true. Rather, like innocent until proven guilty, or guilty until proven innocent. Which way are you going to go? So if no stories are true, but you take some to be true, then what I'm saying is start with that no stories are true and prove to yourself that it is true. And you won't be able to unless
What
you,
about eye is hurting and I should have gone to the doctor sooner, or I should go now? Those are not true.
well, they're irrelevant. Right? What I should have gone is obviously irrelevant because you didn't. So there's no point in even thinking about that one. Whether I'll go now, well, that will happen or not happen. And so the story about I should go now, again, is an overlay on the reality. Will you go? Is it feasible for you to go? Have you got the transport to get there? Have you got the ability to do it? Have you got your Medicare card or whatever is required to go there? Then you've got motivation and energy to go. If all of those things are in place, you'll go. It's got nothing to do with telling yourself you should or you shouldn't go. You believe another story that says, if I think I should go, then I will go. That the idea of I should go is what makes me go. It's
Yes,
not.
yelling at myself enough will make things happen. Yes.
No, well, it doesn't. It's correlation is not causation. So those things will happen in parallel, but they don't cause it. They might be one tiny condition involved in the going, in it happening, but they're not, certainly not all of it. So if the intention to go arises, that might play a part, but where did the intention come from? Not you didn't summon it, it happened. So what I'm saying is that almost not almost, in every case, the stories about something are additional to the actual happening of anything. Nothing, no story ever causes anything to happen. Even a story that's really bad and you react to it and feel really bad isn't caused by the story. It's caused by your relationship to the story. That's what the reaction is about, your relationship to it. Not the story itself. The story itself is just words. If you put it in a book or write it on a blackboard, it's nothing but words. It has no instruction in it. It's just letters on a page or on a blackboard or images in your mind. They have no power in themselves.
And just to kind of point out why no story is true is, you could have another person with the similar symptoms as you have, but different conditioning, where the conditioning is, I'm not going to the hospital before my eye pops out because I'm not so concerned with those things. And that is a different story. None of those is more true than the other. There's just the interpretation put on what is actually happening.
So I guess now that you've heard a little bit of the craziness of how my mind works, I guess what would be a suggestion for me to, I don't know, what do I still need to realize, and how would I go about realizing it?
You
Well-
missed what I told you before. But while you're thinking about that, let's hear what Marius was going to say. Sorry, Marius.
No, it's okay. I think I missed what you said before as well, or I couldn't remember when you said it at least. Um, what the point that I'm keep coming back to about the emptiness of stories, I think it's really, really necessary to really grok that. That's my perspective is that is a huge key in the unraveling of this.
So I would make that your homework. What you do is you take what Marius said as a beginning place, that no stories are true, and those stories that you believe in, prove to yourself that they are true by examining them, by investigating the elements of the story to prove that they are true, but recognize that no elements can be another story. So you cannot prove a story to be true by believing in another story. I know that might be not so clear for you.
Yeah, my mind is getting messed up, but I will say that about what you guys are saying about stories, what I do realize and is that they cause another layer of suffering or contraction. That's more easy for me to do. I don't know if that's helpful, but I don't know if I can believe that they're false, but I can see that they're not helping. They're causing more tension or fear. I don't know if that
Do
is
you
the
see that?
direction or...
Do you see that is a story that you can't believe that they are false?
Yeah. Yes.
So I'm saying just start with the premise that they're false. You don't have to believe it. Just start with the idea that they're false, and then go from there to prove to yourself that they're true, those ones that you want to be true or that you believe are true. Prove to yourself that they are true by examining the characteristics of them, but simply do not allow any of those characteristics to rest on another story. And what I imagine will happen is that you'll simply be unable to prove any story is true, because all stories rely on other stories to be true, and that's not true. That's not truth.
It sounds a little complicated, but I'll try to think about it.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and also, Marius, what you were saying about the shoulds and shouldn'ts. What would you advise about that?
That you shouldn't say should or shouldn't.
Well, just to recognize that you've learned what you think should be happening or shouldn't be happening. Somebody has taught you that, or something has taught you that. That doesn't make it true. It's just something you've learned. So that's your subjective programming talking. Your shoulds and shouldn'ts can be completely opposite from the next person's shoulds and shouldn'ts. Whose shoulds and shouldn'ts is more true?
Another aspect of shoulds and shouldn'ts that's a really interesting one is that that's how we form an identity. right? We have certain beliefs about ourselves because of our shoulds and shouldn'ts. I am a good person because we shouldn't hurt children, etc.
Isn't all of that true?
Sorry.
Based on what?
And don't if I say it's not true, don't say that the opposite, that makes the opposite true. That's also not true.
Mhm.
It's not that we shouldn't hurt children. We shouldn't hurt children. That's true. Doesn't mean we should hurt children. That's true. None of they're irrelevant stories. You won't hurt children willingly. That's what I believe. So it's a non-issue. Why even think about it?
Even the notion of hurting children, like both sides of that is just an idea, a thought, a story.
So
Remove
you
both stories and you're left with you're not going to hurt them and you're not going to not hurt them. It's just a non-event. It's not happening.
So do you not get sad when you see people hurting each other or in strife?
But that's got nothing to do with it. You know, sadness happens, sure.
That's a call it a reaction of the nervous system. So a reaction will happen, but there's not a story about
That the
this
world is
should or
horrible and you have
shouldn't
to
be
fix
happening.
it.
Yeah, because
See, yeah.
you know, let's play God for a moment. And let's leave the belief that a God is only good, because good and evil is only just concepts, which is also empty. So from God's perspective, or from the universe, or whatever, the highest perspective is that whatever is happening is just happening. There is no judgment about good and bad. It's a variety of happenings, which we place concepts on, which we place duality on, of and a scale of good and bad and everything between. All of that is concepts. All of that is thoughts. It's just overlay on what's actually happening.
It's perspective, yeah. So you know the story about the Chinese farmer whose horse ran away?
No.
Okay, I won't tell it to you. That's a good example. Look it up on Google. Chinese farmer whose horse ran away. Right,
Okay.
it's a great story about good and bad. Yeah, and shows that it's a perspective.
So just kind of go about my day and try to see if thoughts have any validity or utility.
Don't try to do anything. Just go about your day. Things will happen because of this conversation, these conversations, because of you being here tonight and listening. Things will happen that wouldn't have happened otherwise because there are new conditions in your life. So things will happen. Just be curious about what will happen. That's not a minimal thing. It's not a little thing. It's a huge thing. Just go
Yeah.
about and be curious as to what turns up.
I think we're covering too much now, because now we're kind of trying to cover non-doership as well. If you're going to that's not relevant right now. What's relevant right now is that you see the emptiness of concepts, stories.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a huge thing for you. Let's do one step at a time. Not that we
Emptiness,
can, but yeah.
emptiness meaning that they're not valid, like not helpful,
That
not
no, no, that
Yeah.
there's no ultimate truth in them. It's you who are making it up based on, well, not you, but your conditioning is creating these stories based on your subjective experiences and what you've learned through life.
There are no inherent characteristics in a story. Inherent. There's only what you put into it.
there's no inherent characteristics. What do you mean?
You can take a concept and I project my meaning of or understanding of that concept, which can be different from your meaning and understanding of that same concept.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of, if we don't question this, we just assume that we all understand the same thing when we hear the same concept. But, that how can that be true? How can you know that?
Mm-hmm. Agreed. Yeah.
So it's just everything is just purely subjective. You can, like, nothing is ultimately true.
Don't be greedy, Tammy.
Okay.
Just accept what life offers you, and that'll be absolutely the right amount. And just here's a meaningless thing in a way, but yeah, I just want to say I'm excited for where you are. I see you really active, really energetic, and in a good place for this stuff. So take heart and be patient.
Okay. Thank you. That's very kind. Thank you both. Thanks so much.
Yeah, I wasn't being kind, but okay. Yeah.
That's my story, and I'm sticking to it for now till I investigate.
All right. Good one. Yeah, you investigate it. Absolutely. Good one. Oh, yes. You've been very patient, Tamara. How are you? I know
Hi.
it's late. It's late where you are, isn't it?
Oh, it's actually morning. It's
Okay.
10 a.m. now. Yeah, 10:08. Um, my heart's beating very, very fast. I feel shame when I look at you. Yeah, like embarrassed again because I'm silent. I don't know why actually.
I'm quite relaxed with your silence. I'm happy.
There's the idea of group. We've been through this.
Who says it's shame? What makes it shame?
Yeah, there was just, I mean, I can't answer that question for me, but yeah, there was sensation. I feel quite blank now. It's yeah, it's almost hard to kind of go back, and I'd say there was sensation and thought, but I can't remember. Like, I can't really remember. I'd say logically there was sensation and thought, but I and now it's like all I can feel is the beating heart, and perhaps some contraction. And again, I wanted to say shame. I
You see that it's just assigning a meaning to a sensation, right? So why that particular meaning?
I don't know. I think it's feels safe.
It feels safe to know what it is.
Yeah, like to give it a meaning, like fear. This is fear, because I don't know why. Why? I think
Well,
it's
I was just going to say, why don't you call it excitement instead of fear?
so there must be a story behind that's not simply
Yes.
to the thoughts right now. But then what? Like, I don't have those thoughts, and the belief is somewhere. So the only thing I can do is investigate the label that I'm putting in the moment.
Well, it can be a label, or it can be, you know, what context are you putting on this whole experience right now? There can be a context that there is a lot of people in this group watching. It can be a
Like,
story that, you know, you shouldn't take up as much time, or you shouldn't take up as much space, or, you know, it can be all sorts of unconscious stories or beliefs that you put into this context.
But I feel like I can only do that sort of after the moment, or like there's something that's here first, and then there's, oh, that's because I believe people are here. Oh, that's because there's a belief I'm not good enough. There's a belief, like,
Well, there was something before shame as well. So, you know, a belief usually isn't seen until it's questioned, sort of. Like it's. So I started this by questioning why shame? Why makes that sensational experience mean shame? And from there you can question, you know, okay, seems to be some sort of context here that makes this sensation be interpreted as shame.
I feel like it's almost wrong to stay in just a sensation because the belief is obviously there. And I don't want it to be wrong. It's almost like I want to be just with a sensation, but I don't feel like I have seen through enough so that I can truly be with sensation as it is. And this must be a story too.
Well, if there's a belief that what you now interpret as shame, like if you believe that that sensation shouldn't be there, then I get what you're saying. But if that sensation was just there and it fully accepted, then that wouldn't be a problem, would it?
Yeah.
I frequently describe an emotion as sensations with stories attached to them. And if we take your sensation that you're experiencing and have these stories, it becomes fear. And if we have these stories, it becomes excitement. Same sensation, different stories end up with different emotions, and then the consequence is we react to those emotions differently. So if it's fear, you react to it in a certain way, and if it's excitement, you react to it in a different way. So can you grasp that there are two things here? There is the sensation, and then there must be, logically speaking, there must be stories associated with that sensation.
Yeah.
And the end result is you describe it as fear.
Yeah.
Ultimately, I think it starts with a belief that it shouldn't be there or that it could be different than what it is. And from there you label, and from there you try to understand it, giving it a story, and then off you go.
Mm-hmm. 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 I can I talk a little bit now? Like I wanna, yeah. I'm not sure it's sort of important because it's not like a burning question or thing, but I think Vince, I've already mentioned something similar, but there's this belief in control or agency in a way that it's like I'm trying to create perfect conditions for, say, inquiry, meditation, or reading, or so throughout the day, I feel like, oh God, everything I say now doesn't feel true. And I want to say this. It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense when you say it, but it made sense before to you before you said it, eh?
Like throughout the day, I have this, yeah, it's like, oh, I can't sit now because I've just eaten and I can't, like, I will read, but the sort of insights won't happen because I don't know, the energy is in my stomach because I've eaten, or you know, and there's a lot of such things throughout the day, a lot, and yeah, I'm tired now, and I will definitely fall asleep while I'm eating, and again, like nothing will happen, and it feels to me there must be a belief that there is an I that can make something happen, that can somehow affect the result. But then again, this sort of question also doesn't make much sense because I see that it just again happens or doesn't happen. Then it's almost weird to call it the flow, but it has its own, I don't know, process or so I will again sit or not sit for inquiry or so then I come back to I'm not sure what I'm asking, but I also like to put it out there because something always comes out of talking to you. So, and while I'm at it, I think similar thing, like probably from the same belief system, comes out. It's like so there's lately a lot of times thought has come to start reading Christian Michelberger's book, but the buying of the book is not happening. But there's a thought and there's a feeling I want it, and there's probably a story of me being hesitant to buy it because I'm afraid how will I do it. And now there's again this I won't be doing it good enough, or
Do you see how that story ties in with your behavior about the book?
yeah.
So how would things happen in what's your fantasy, your imagination about how things would happen if you had no stories about anything? If suddenly there were no stories in existence, how would things happen for you?
I think I'd buy a book and
It would just happen. Yes?
yeah.
And if you bought the book, reading would happen.
Yeah. But okay, I'll go into it now. It's like oh gosh, again. I wanted to say I'm very detailed, but that's also like but it's like I also want to tell you the story. I want to tell you the whole story I have. But again, it's like it's not that I have it. It's not like throughout the day I have the story written in my mind. So this talking is now just weird. I feel
Do you get that everything that you have just shared has just been shared? It's no you that is sharing it. All those thoughts, all the neuroses, all of that is just a program playing. Plus the belief that you're doing it.
I love that.
So that whole process of buying, not buying, analyzing, why you're not buying. All of that is, there's nobody there doing that. That is just happening. That is the experience.
So I'm interrupting this, but I think I'm almost afraid not to ask questions, because you, Vince, remember the last time my experience, 10 or so years ago, when I felt I was bypassing by just trying to observe the sensations, but without wider understanding. So when you say this, what you just said, like this is it. It's just, I feel like there's nothing more to ask. And Vince, I feel like that every time after the group. I feel like you've said it all. It's but then there's a lot of self in the daily life still, and thus I have thoughts inquiries. I have all like their videos. Hopefully, the book. They're just things that I'm sort of doing to kind of remind and perhaps let's say remind myself. I can't, I don't know the different terms to say, but
You're not reminding yourself, the system is doing that.
Do you get that whatever is happening is exactly the right thing for you?
yeah.
And it's kind of a waste of time to start analysing it and looking at the different details in it, because overall it's exactly the way it needs to be.
But at the same time, if analyzing happens, that's what's supposed to happen.
That's right. Yeah. Whatever happens is perfect. Even telling yourself stories about how negative stories about yourself, even that is supposed to happen if it happens, because you recognize it when you do it, and that changes things. So I told somebody else tonight, I don't know who, I forget now, but I'll tell you, relax and enjoy the ride. Don't try to do anything. Just watch what happens. Watch the stories when they turn up. And they are stories, so they don't mean much. They don't mean anything. But you still can react to them. But watch that if it happens too. And just
But don't try to not try to do anything.
That's the same thing.
Yeah. The only thing that we're doing here is mirroring and showing The only thing you can see, only thing that can happen is to notice what is happening. And that is not a doing. That is the process working, moving on its own through life's experiences presented continuously. You showing up here is a part of what is happening. Whatever we are saying is part of what is happening. Whatever sticks from what we are saying and whatever not sticks is what is supposed to happen for you. There's nothing, you don't have to grasp onto everything or like believe that, well, if that happens, that happens, but it's like you can just trust.
Even when somebody else is talking, you will hear only what's relevant for you. And what's not relevant, that'll just be sounds in the background. We can say we don't want that fear to be there, but there's value in it being there. It's showing us something. So we're not going to fight it or chase it away. We're just going to be curious about what it's trying to tell us. And maybe we'll hear it this time and maybe not. Maybe next time. Maybe never. Who knows?
When you really appreciate how fucking perfect everything is, it's like, wow. It's unimagined. Like, it's just perfect.
And it didn't try one bit to be perfect. It just is.
Yeah. I can hear a self somewhere saying, yeah, it's easy for you to say.
And here not. No, I'm actually just getting emotional.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't direct it at you. It's just
Oh
somewhere.
yeah. I think I'm gonna mute myself now and let someone else talk if they have something to talk about.
Mm. And you know what? Vasvi's going to talk now, and what she talks about will be quite relevant for you, I'm sure. Or not. Who knows? Yeah. Mm.
Oh God. I if I allow this contact with you.
Thank you. Mm. Hi, Vasvi.
Sorry, I was just so emotional when I texted that I'm very emotional. I don't know. I don't know who to talk in reference to. Like I don't know who to talk to. Maybe, like I don't know. Doesn't seem accurate to refer to the thought that says I. Like it doesn't really seem accurate right now. Um, hmm. Feel like I'm like evolving like right now. Like that also doesn't sound accurate because it's the thought about it. Mm.
I have a hard time making out what you're saying, Vesvi. I think your microphone is.
Okay. Just, mm.
Yeah, I was too. I thought it was just me. Mm.
No, just
Yeah.
give it. Is it better?
Much
Yep.
better.
Okay. Um, I feel like I'm looking at myself instead of being myself, and I don't know how to talk about that or put words to that.
Yeah.
Does it feel like you're a witness of what is happening?
Yeah. And it's just, it's like, mm, yeah, but not, yes, yeah, like very difficult to talk about, actually. Yeah.
What's troubling about it?
It's mm, not troubling right now. Is it troubling? There's been a person trying to save herself, and now there's witnessing of that story. And I didn't ask, like, it never occurred to me that no one's asking me to save her, to save this story or the person. This, sorry.
It's okay. I appreciate that you feel free to let go. Just cry as much as you want. Are there any stories about letting go of the story?
It's just very emotional. Mm, and very um coming home sort of feeling a little bit, because I've been, I don't know, like just a slight feeling of like I don't know.
Does those tears have a quality to them? Are they happy tears or sad tears? Or in between? Or no interpretation at all?
Why is it so hard to make a conclusion about?
Good. I don't want you to make up a conclusion. It would,
Okay.
if there was one, you would probably feel it right away. So how do you feel right now?
Um, I'm a little bit of like, there's a little bit of like skepticism about this, about what is happening, because I can see the mechanism that has entrapped itself. I don't know, entrapped me for so long. So it's like um this I can recognize this need to want to land somewhere, like want to identify with, even want is wrong. It's the thought to identify with
Mm.
the thought.
It's beautiful that you recognize that.
And it's like I don't want to go back to being entrapped in this. you know.
Mm.
Is it possible? Could you ever be trapped in that again?
Um thought um like
Do you see how
mm,
that story of not wanting to be trapped again perpetuates the thoughts?
yes.
It even keeps in existence that thing, whatever it is, that you could get trapped in. It's kept alive by that story.
You can say that thought is the trap. or the belief in it. Do you see that what you might experience as witnessing is just another thought about witnessing the previous thought? There's no actual entity witnessing. And I also just want to highlight that that is a part of this mechanism. It's working for you, so to speak, to see and to untangle from thoughts.
Part of I didn't and I didn't get the first part.
The witnessing is is a mechanism, part of this imagined journey to recognize what is going on. It helps you notice where you are believing stuff. Now it's very new, so it just feels there's so much going on in one time, but eventually this will kind of slow down, and this mechanism will be of benefit. It will help you see things more clearly. It will help you untangle from the prison. And then eventually the witness can go as well. But there's no rush to get there because it's an important part of what you're going through right now. And the skepticism you mentioned earlier, that's the story. That's the story about what you're going through.
But you're running out of battery.
Sorry?
No, as Vince forgot to mute himself.
Oh.
What you're going through is very normal, this reaction.
Like flailing, like trying, like it's, and like the body and the mind are just um mm,
Disorienting.
From one perspective, it's like suffering. It's like what the word suffering means to me is this experience. And yeah, and there's something very, not very, but it's like at least I don't have to keep running from the idea of suffering. I don't know.
Yeah, as I said this earlier today, is this whole thing isn't a cure for anything other than that kind of burns all the bridges to avoid. You can't run away from anymore. But there can be a period of the mind grasping onto anything to try to avoid it, which can feel disorienting at times. It wants to land, wants to know, wants to understand. But deep down, you know that that is just stories. Do you agree that suffering is the resistance to something? It's the actual resistance that creates suffering.
It's like con convinced something is convinced that something else shouldn't be there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what part of that do you think the resistance is attached to?
Part of what the sent
What you said, something is convinced that something else shouldn't be there. Is it the something, the first something, or the convinced, or the something else, or the shouldn't be there? Where is the resistance coming from? Where is the non-acceptance of it coming from? Look to your feelings for the answer, not your mind.
Uh, Maybe not looking at it, like not looking at the some things as they are. Maybe that's what uh, makes it so polarized, because like not looking at it would be, because like whatever it is that's resisting it is also just there, you know. And yeah. I'm sorry, I feel like I'm crying too much. Sorry.
No, it's fine. Tell me the flavour of your crying. Is that crying a letting go or a holding on or something else?
I'm letting go.
Yeah, great. And you cry as much as you like. That's not a problem.
Just hitting me that I like it's not in my control. I can't keep this body safe all the time. You know, like nothing's happening. I'm not in danger. But the constant need to protect this thing is, like, it's um I don't know if I'm making sense.
That's all right. Do you know what you're protecting it from?
Do I know what I'm projecting it from? Meaning,
Well, you said you're not in danger, but you need to protect this body all the time. What are you protecting it from?
mm,
I don't need to know what you're protecting it from. I want to know if you know what you're protecting it from.
I don't know where to look.
Hmm. So you don't know of any danger, but it feels like there's danger there.
It's the thought of danger.
Is this
That's
something new for you now, or is it something that's always been there?
It's been here for a few years, and I haven't been able to look at it, you know.
Mhm.
Is there an answer when I ask you this? What comes to mind when I ask you this? Who told you that there's this danger there?
I like my own. It was it just at some point I just started. I started at some point. It was just there, like the energetic feeling of um, I just adopted it. Some shock that happened in my life 3, 4 years ago, and I just adopted it.
Right. So nobody told you it came as a result of a shock.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah. Um,
And it's now constant.
kind of, kind of.
Are you exhausted from it? Is it physical danger or psychological danger?
Mm, both.
Both.
Any sort of, yeah.
But your realization is about realizing that you have no control of that happening again, or not. Is that correct?
Um, yeah, that and anything that I can or cannot imagine or think of.
Do you see that shock? Well, I'm not suggesting, I'm asking that shock left a story or well, an unconscious story perhaps, and a belief that
Yep.
because this happened before, it might happen again, and so I have to protect myself from that. And that all of that is just a story. There's no reason to believe that will actually happen again outside of thoughts, I mean. So if there is fear coming up, and if there is a story about that fear coming up, maybe what can happen if you understand this is that a question can be asked like, what is here right now that is not thought? If there is no immediate danger in this moment, the fear is only tied to a thought. If it's a danger in this moment, it's a healthy reaction.
more of this frustration with like just the limitations of being, feeling, existing as separate, that feels so just no, like I'm not, I'm not doing this anymore to like mm, yeah, like I know that it's just not viable, like it's not um yeah, I don't know, being separate, feeling separate. I
How do you feel separate without thought?
um feel separate without thought. That's such a, I don't want to answer it.
Well, you can't answer it other than, separateness only exists in thought. The only thing that separates you from the lamp behind you is that you have a label separating the lamp by labeling it a lamp, and a label me, labeling it a me.
Like every time I see that, this like the old way fights back even harder. It's like it becomes even more like, how dare you? You are this body. You're gonna protect this body. How dare you? It becomes even harder to maintain it. Ironically, like the harder it tries to, because it's seen the, you know, that it's like that's not it, and now it's like trying even harder, and you want to hold on because habit, but like it's even more like you can see it even more clearly, like the deeper trenches of it.
Yeah.
That sucks. That really sucks because I can see like
But you also see, you just said it, you also see that it seems to become deeper. There seems to be yes, more grasping from the mind, because the deeper you go in this seeing, the less control the mind has. So you can see that there's an imagined progression of letting go. There is the
imagined.
there. Well, forget imagine. This is not important.
No, you're right. Yeah.
It's like you're wrinkling out the wrinkles from your conditioning right now, and it's not you that's doing that, but it's happening. So right now the mind is like really trying to wrinkle it back, but it can't. You can't unsee what you've seen.
Yeah.
So this is like a slow, disorienting, perhaps painful process that
Yeah.
you go through, and then until it's not there. And it
Mm.
sucks, but it's just a part of it.
It's like I've always known it's there. It's nothing new. Whatever comes up, whatever is fighting back, I have always known that it's there. And I know that it's there within everyone, waiting to be, you know, like the worst of the worst fighting has been there. And so they allow it. If there's any logical allowance that my mind is like, yeah, fine, is coming from the fact that it's always known that this is a part of itself. Like this is who it is, like, I don't know,
Yeah,
the pure grasping, like so much pure grasping.
that's what you can't unsee, right? You've recognized that now. And with that seeing, you can't, unless maybe you get amnesia or something, I don't know, but you can't unsee that. You've always known it, and now you've seen that you always known it. And from there, it's just an unraveling.
That's also why you can't ever get lost back in that, what you mentioned before, in that other place. You can't ever get lost back in that because you can't unsee what you've already seen.
Or you can say you can get lost, but you will not get trapped. Like you can you can forget.
That's such a good
But
way to put.
yeah.
Yeah.
So every time what seems to be old stuff comes up, it's not you going backwards, it's you moving forwards. It's the more you see, the more you can allow to come up until there's nothing left, till it's all burnt away.
And there's no effort in that. You don't need to go hunting for stuff to see because life will always put it right in front of you.
Am I overreacting? Is this an overreaction?
How would you measure that? Compared to what? Isn't that a comparison to something? We're all unique, or our conditioning is unique. I've had, long periods of grief and despair and nothingness, flatness, but also ecstasy and joy and the whole spectrum.
Mm.
Nothing is more right or wrong. It's whatever is happening is what is supposed to happen for you. I think it's beautiful to see you kind of, not everyone has access to that grief right away. Not even grief. I don't want to even say grief because that is assuming that it is grief, but expressing whatever needs to be expressed through how you're expressing it right now. And the question if it's an overreaction, that is thought. That is avoiding, just letting go into the expression.
Okay. Okay.
You're doing great.
Just watch. Don't judge. Just watch. Until next time we talk. It's beautiful and lovely and excellent that it's so active for you. That's great.
Sorry, I keep crying every Sorry. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to wind up now. It's a long session. All right. Good night, everybody.
Thank you. See you.
Good night.
Bye
See you.
bye. Bye everyone.
Bye.